Hello. Hello. Oh, I just typed a comment about globalism. No, I can't hear you at all. I haven't heard a word from you. Is your microphone on mute? Mute, maybe? Are you in here? Are you in here? I hear you. Hello. Yeah, I'm echoing. I'm echoing. I am. Hmm. 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 Oh, the big one. Hmm. 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 No. Um, well, no, because when you look at I mean, it happens. Uh, I can't talk at all because my audio is echoing off your ears, and it's completely distracting. Yeah, can you do something about it? Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot better. Yeah. So, I mean, the way you express it is in terms of something that people are willingly doing or whatever, and not as just like a progression of, to be cliche, material conditions. I mean, it's just a process. You should be trying to explain it scientifically instead of recommending a different ideology people should follow or not. That's a lot of. Yeah, yeah. I have all these. I don't know. I don't prefer one or the other. Um, because eventually, if globalism ran its course, then it would revert to international working class something or another. Right? Per Marx's predictions, it just would, I mean, it would be, well, it would ultimately be a lot faster than having these nationalist speed bumps. Oh, I'm not anything. I'm just offering you an alternate view. Well, also nationalism is like arbitrary. I mean, what do I have in common with white people? What do I have in common with American people? What do I have in common with, any group like that? That's just untenable. It's absurd. I mean, if you want to talk about the pragmatism or practicalities of nationalism, but it's not like a nation isn't a real thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about collectives. I'm talking whatever you base your nationalism on, race, uh, civic nationalism, uh, you know, yeah, and I mean, why? That's dumb. I mean, I guess I don't want their, I don't care about the laws of the country. I mean, I would. No, I don't think that's true. Why would that be true? I mean, it makes sense, but uh, it's too polemical. Polemical. I mean, to me, it's like efficient resource management, or a natural progression of resource efficiency is compounding all the resources centrally. And if your conditions are shitty where you live, then move to the big cities. I mean, that's if you really want to, and then you won't have to export very far. So it's just a reshifting of locations. It doesn't matter where I mean, there's lots of good real estate on Earth, so it's not like oh, all these resources are going to waste in Costa Rica or whatever. You don't. I mean, you don't need that. You can take advantage of them, but uh, the way you put it is like, okay, if everyone just stayed in Venezuela for 5 years, their economy would improve, and did all. I mean, like that's just. Well, obviously, globalism is not that big of a threat because now you have national candidates like easily winning, and so at the least, if you're going to treat it as some intentional or monolithic, our Our culture is immigration, though. I mean, if like wasps are not really all that cultured, especially since they haven't remained intact with English or Irish or Welsh, Scottish heritage. Like we really don't have much to work with, and and I don't I really don't have that much in common with white people or American. I don't know. So I mean, I guess I would have to move. If we did the whole nationalism thing, I'd have to go somewhere else, just because. And that's also the problem is there's not really civic nationalism here. It's racist. It's all racist. Like there's really not. I mean, you get some black conservatives. I mean, you get some of that, but there's just so much of it. I mean, I don't know. I don't think America should have ever had slaves because it's embedded in the psyche, and it's not people of different skin colors. It's specific to blacks and natives and Latinos. I mean, Indians aren't really oppressed in this country. They make a lot of money coming here. They're sending their best. No, Indians from India. They have a median income that's higher than I think white people, or at least higher than. Yeah, that's what I meant. We were talking about that in DC too. We were talking about that in DC too. Like somebody said something about Indians are rapists or whatever, and I was like, well, what's wrong with that? There are a lot of rapists in India, and it's a decolonized country since Gandhi and all, and yeah, they're not really like it's okay to be racist. You just don't want to punch down. And blacks are doing really great for everything they've been. Really, the difference is so marginal as to be negligible. It's not that there is no difference. With respect to the difference between humans and other organisms. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're seriously, well, I mean, absolutely not biologically. Um, but uh, the whole IQ thing being uh, limited access to childhood education and limited access to nutrition and broken social relationships. You're really downplaying colonialism and like upselling the achievements of the white Western empire because uh, yeah, and I don't know. I think maybe I'm really not a historian at all, but I think maybe that you should just look a little bit more into African history pre-colonialism. 200 or 400 years, is nothing in the span of human history and human prehistory. Yeah. Okay. Well, you're stating the obvious with regards to racial differences, but you're not linking cognitive ability to these superficial characteristics. They are superficial because they're if they're not cosmetic, they still don't pertain to. I mean, is there an area of the world where thinking wasn't something that was, necessary, or like it feels like you've internalized propaganda and you're attempting to rationalize it. Yeah, they don't, but they don't really have to. If by environment, well, if by environment you're including uh, social relations, which is most of it, and then anything congenital, which you can end up with disabled groups of people of color because of the harsher conditions they might face. And so you end up with a generation after generation of unhealthy offspring. So that's where racism really, really takes its toll. Is like you can't just end racism, or you can't just like stop being racist and then everything's solved. You have to. There was a meme with a white fellow who had climbed onto a platform using the black person as like a footstool, and and then he's like, "Hey, I want to get up here too," and he's like, "Oh, we're identifying the same issue." Hmm. Hmm. what's wrong with that? You're being personal, bro. Yeah, but uh-huh. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess it doesn't really matter. I mean, you're saying up to the individual, and then you're talking about these vague characteristics that you know haven't provenly had a bearing on people's ability, and you know, I kind of forgot because you talk a long time. To be honest, you. I know I want to say stuff, but you'll keep talking, so I forget. But that's okay. You should also consider the rate of technology in regards to ability. If humans are evolving at a slower pace than technology is progressing, then you're really going to close that gap in between. Which I still don't agree to your vague. I feel like race begs the question that. What I should have said earlier is the difference between individuals is so much greater than any perceived difference between races. That would have solved a lot of the disagreement. And so, you're not really going to. I mean, like, to me, I see how other people, or I mean, I used to see how other people see ability, but I don't anymore. And I feel like that. I feel like all of it comes down to how people are treated. And if you treat handicapped people with like they're fine china or something instead of working with them, like if you get Down syndrome kids into an eco village and you start nurturing their ability, like they can produce as much as a neurotypical person. You know, just because they're missing a chromosome, or so many of these health problems could be solved with technology. And that's also why I'm not into economics anymore. I think that's so yeah, you want to critique social relations. And who they call was, well, we talked about no, I was thinking about, because we had this discussion in terms of modernity, and then I think, well, actually, we're creating these concepts when we refer to them. They don't pre-exist. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I think I could throw it out the window, and then I mean, not to the point where it limits your ability to learn other things or learn other forms of investigation. Our experiences are fundamentally subjective, and therefore we can only prove objectivity as a social construct. And learning that for me has made me feel much more at ease. I feel like I feel like I have much greater control over my environment. And the way that people depict reality is we maintain a conforming view of it, and other, lesser views of reality are inconsistent, and we discard them, and then we subjugate them. Like you see Brian Kegler in that group post about flat Earth and shit, and people just mock him and make fun of him, and I can't stand him. But the flat Earth thing is not why. It's the he wants homosexuals to die or something, and it's just retarded. But like, I I don't know. The conditions are changing. I don't think that flat Earth is completely bogus, but I don't want to say that there's an objective flat or round Earth. It's mainly how we refer to it and how we conceptualize it. And really, if you okay, so if you go down to a more minuscule arena, there is no separation in between you and me, or me and this computer. I mean, they're just concepts. But where is the separation if everything is made of atoms, and then made of quarks, and then made of whatever quarks are made of? Well, so it is an ideology. How can you prove that? Not that it matters to me anyway, but how do you prove that genes come before memes? Memetics. You're presupposing that memetics. Maybe. I mean, they could be right now. You don't have to. It's just inadequate. It doesn't describe nearly enough of the natural world or whatever you want. But when you analyze that, like, you don't incorporate one. You don't incorporate why you want to drive that car in the first place. You don't think about that. And when you have a hypothetical like that, it's divorced from context. Like, I mean, the problem could be rendered totally irrelevant if you said, I don't need to drive this car, you know? Or if you, I mean, and you still have to consent to it being a car in the first place because it may be a car, but it's also an engine, a steering wheel, steering column, seats, leather or whatever. It's also atoms, it's quarks, it's wave, it's light. And we shouldn't, I guess I'm saying we shouldn't disregard social constructs because then, I mean, we could, but, we don't have to or anything. I'm not trying to be polemic. Although I am interested in it because everyone, like when you say to a hardcore left wing communist that bourgeoisie and proletariat are mental constructs, they're like, "Oh fuck you!" You need to go against the wall and be put in a gulag and things like that. And on its face, it's so ridiculous to some people, but and then you think about it more, and it's like, oh, how much does wealth determine who you are, and how much does the proletariat or whatever consent to being subject. It could be totally irrelevant. Like if you got an asteroid, like you were saying, an asteroid, how relevant is proletarian bourgeoisie? Mm-hmm. Or maybe two though. In real science, you can't actually prove that something doesn't exist or can't happen. All you have is evidence, and you say this has happened so many times, it'll continue to happen. That's all you have to go on. Like there's nothing separating scientific and religious belief. It's you take things on faith every single day. Anybody, because you don't have a rational, objective understanding of everything that phases into your consciousness. I mean, you can't even literally fathom it all, and science will never get there. It can't get there. It absolutely can't get there. I'm not anti-science. I'm just like you. You can't hold science on a pedestal and say this is objectivity. This is existence. And that's anti-science, actually, if you do that. It's called scientism. It's reliance on the inherent, I can't even put it in words right now because I'm drinking beer. Um, yeah, it's like if Neil deGrasse Tyson, goes on the news and starts talking about politics, and it's like, what the fuck? I mean, just because you have a degree and all this experience doing, uh, telescopes or whatever, that still doesn't necessarily mean like, okay, so yeah, the way I express it is science, or no, it's not the sum of scientific knowledge is always less than the sum of all knowledge, right? Yeah, your phone again. I don't think it's my. I'll check my end, but I don't think it's my end. Uh, but it's the sum of all scientific knowledge is always less than the sum of all knowledge. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh, okay. Okay. Mm. Hello. Hi. Mm. Well, let me post in. Now, what part of Canada are you in? Is that close to Winnipeg? There's a Winnipeg Facebook group. It's people from DC two. DC two. Oh. Um, let's see here. I'm gonna put you in the Winnipeg group. Because Canada. So why does everybody in Canada have beady eyes? Like so many Canadians have literally they have like their eyes are like black. You know what I mean? They're like beady eyes, like on South Park. What's a toque? I don't think I can see it unless I hold on. Just yeah. Oh, okay. It's a toboggan. Oh, okay. Well, I couldn't even imagine like what it would be like to be homeless in Canada. Oh, 80. Or Nineveh. Hmm. Oh no. Maybe. Mhm. Oh, I'll call the cops on anything. I don't know. Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's something that bothers me, I will. Like neighbors with loud music. Why not? I mean, because I can't. Yeah, and that could end so badly. You know, and they should have fucking common sense in the first place not to do that. Um, you know, and I don't think that's the same thing as being like a snitch or an informant. You know, I want to take the time to explain or defend that, but I got to pee so bad, and you know, also probably smoke. And I invited so many people to this hangout, and they're just retarded, and they uh, won't or haven't joined. But you should post that link everywhere when you do. Oh yeah. Oh, but I need to go do this before I PM myself. But I'll be back if you're still here. Oh, I should mute my microphone too. Just Okay, then by John. Yeah. Uh huh. You never know. Uh, I'd like to. I mean, I've been drinking. I'd like to get drunk, but I'm so. Well, I don't know. It's like I'm drinking. I'm not getting. I just get. I get more. I get better. I can talk better, and I can walk better, and yeah, I'm like the drunker. I mean, the more I drink, the less drunk I am. I'm like, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, you can't. You can't. I mean, you can't drink it very fast. And if you are on a whole food plant based diet, you can drink so much more and like not lose your composure and not have hangovers. Yeah, that's obviously false, and uh, also there's less plant food available because uh, of production of animals. It's a really backward kind of done thing. Oh no. Yeah, it does. Palm oil. Yes, it makes in Indonesia or the Philippines, either one. It contributes to 12% of global warming. Yeah, because they cut down. Yeah, and they plant palm trees just to so they burn down the forest and then they plant palm trees. And it's kind of retarded. So, and also that's what you get with with localizing an economy. You get really stupid people in charge of it. Because I mean, they're burning down whole forests just to plant palm trees. Well, maybe. Well, hell, I hate. Mhm. Too spooky for me. Hey, hey, you know what? We got somebody in here. It's Khalil from Facebook.
Hey, what's up? It's good. It's good. Nah, I didn't. I stayed home. What are you guys talking about?
I don't fucking know.
You know, it's a pretty complicated discussion. I think that the main issue with globalism is that it's sort of eroding power that nation states sort of took for granted. So let's say that you want to do something like collect taxes in any given country. It's not something that is so easy today because the way companies have access to relocate to any other particular market. You don't know if when you're going to collect taxes, you're just creating an incentive structure for a company to just move elsewhere. And you have things like also like just setting a minimum wage. What you're basically doing is competing with other countries that are willing to sort of have workers that are willing to work for less, and that just makes it difficult for any state to effectively implement national policy. So I think that that's the sort of main issue with globalism, the way that the states don't have powers that they used to take for granted. But other than that, I don't think that there's any sort of real problem to it. Well, I wouldn't say it's actually like the problem is the contrary of centralization. It's so decentralized that no one really has control over it. That's the actual problem in my eyes. So something like controlling gas emissions. There's no particular state that can say, okay, no one will sort of pollute. There's no sort of central agency that can determine that. And if any country sort of decides to pollute less, their companies will be competing with companies elsewhere that are more sort of gas intensive, and that creates a disadvantage in the market for any company that tries to be green. And there's no global structure that's going to reward them for trying to be green. So it creates these sort of races to the bottom where there's no central agency to really put a stop to them. While in national markets, you could do that. I don't think that's really an option anymore. It's not an option. You cannot return to the nation state. Yeah, but the things that I'm talking about, it's like you don't really get an option because you don't control it. You don't control what other countries do. You cannot tell China, "Hey, stop offering my companies cheaper wages." You cannot do that. You don't have the control to do that. So it's not an option between globalism and a return to nation states. We are in a globalized world, and that's a given. And I don't think it's really going to do much for these states other than offer people this sort of bullshit solutions to this sort of anxiety and economic disenfranchisement that they're feeling. Even if you stop letting Mexicans into the US, every US worker that's working at a manufacturing company is competing with people in China, even if they're not in the country. So what do you do by not letting Mexicans into the border? You're doing nothing. It's a non-solution. It's a pipe dream. There are, but it's really problematic. Yeah, you should have higher wages, but the problem is that okay, let's suppose that they pass this measure and every donut company that's American has to work in America. We will still have Chinese donuts in the market, and they will be 7 times cheaper to make just because the labor is that much cheaper. Which donuts will the consumers choose? They will choose the cheaper ones. So you're still competing with people in China, even if you're paying people a shitload of money to make donuts here. And that creates a disadvantage for American companies. Like, we already have a lot of measures to sort of close ourselves off from the global market. There's tariffs on imports and all sorts of shit, but it's really limited what you can do because our economies are already interdependent. That is true. Yeah, but you're conflating two different things. The global market isn't just this sort of financial speculation in which you do have a point, but you still have that sort of economy within the US in New York with the stock market. You have computers right now that basically just invest in stocks and they sort of gain like really small percentages just on everyday fluctuations and they just make a profit from that. And you're right, there's no real production. There's nothing of value that is being produced. They're just making money off speculation. You do have a point there, but that doesn't exhaust the whole global economy, which does have real productivity in terms of manufacturing, in terms of services. We are constantly consuming things that are made elsewhere, and there's real labor and there's real work that goes into that, and we're consuming tangible goods from elsewhere. My phone is from Korea. My PlayStation is from Japan. That's part of our lives. It's not just this entirely speculative economy. Yes, but that's a criticism of globalism. It's globalism that is making it hard for nation states to really pass regulations effectively. Yeah, you're taking the classical model. The problem with the classical model of economics is that it's just an ideal. And you don't really get that ideal. You don't get a market with perfect information. You don't get a market with perfect competition. You don't get a market without externalities. Those things only exist as an abstraction. I mean, I don't know about how much that is part of the classical model. I guess Adam Smith did have some sort of community concerns from what I've heard. I haven't actually read the guy, but what is actually a part of the classical model is this idea that profit is actually the most expendable part of the production process. So you have all these sort of capital costs, which include what you pay your workers, what you pay for upkeep, what you pay for production, and then whatever is left from that is the actual profit. So profit is sort of um, what is expendable, what is extra from the cost of actual production. And there's this I forgot what it's called. It's a principle, but it's basically this idea that when competition is perfect, what you get is sort of a steadily declining profit, and that's hard to explain. But when you understand market, it sort of makes intuitive sense because everything is so competitive that that part, which is the most expendable one, it just tends to disappear because companies basically compete by cutting down on profits. Yeah, but that doesn't actually exist. Markets don't really work like that. Uh, that's also complicated. Like there's a lot of sort of Marxists that advocate towards nationalizing everything, and the problem with that is that when a government decides to nationalize a company, it basically subsidizing that company's possible failure. So capitalists have a real sort of function in the economy in that they take risk investing in shit that might possibly just fail. If we said, okay, it's now our collective duty to have any sort of company, we will basically be the ones running every shit idea that never goes anywhere. So I don't think that it's good to think that any sort of economic activity should be owned by the workers. I think that some things it's pretty good to nationalize, but not everything. Not everything. I think we're the only ones. We're the only ones with the mics open.
No, I just was sitting here like falling asleep. I'm listening now. I guess. What's his name? Brian joined the call.
What are you guys talking about? I don't know what is globalism. Yeah, taking over the means of production. Well, what's your definition of globalism? It's doesn't make too much sense. competition already cures that. Too low. There's no such thing as too low wages. If you have an open market. Yeah, I wasn't comfortable.
And also drive them down. Competition can drive wages down. In fact, that's what it does at a global scale.
No, it's good, but all in all, yeah, sure. It on one side, if you look at one side or the other, it can either raise or lower wages. But when you look at the total effect, it increases efficiency. It allocates labor to where it's most needed. That's what in the end effect happened.
Yeah, true.
So so of course, labor's finite. So are all the jobs. So you have to, when you take away from one, it's a zero sum game. If you take away labor here, you must allocate it here. But in net effect, you transfer jobs where they're less needed to where they're more needed.
Yeah, of course, because the more that you're willing to work for less, the more that you need to work for less. Not everyone needs to work for pennies. You have to be pretty fucking desperate to take a 10 cents an hour job. So of course that's true. Of course,
and also, I mean, you have to look at the total effect. I mean, your wage could decrease, but if the reallocation lowers cost by a greater percentage, you're better off. So if I lose 10% in wages, but the cost level goes down 20%, I'm better off.
Yeah,
and that's what competition in a free market does. Because in any point where you try to intervene, you're gonna lower efficiency as far as allocation of labor, any resources. No, not necessarily. So I heard you. I don't know. I was kind of half listening because I was watching Prison Break. Yeah. So I think I heard you mention like something about keeping. I thought I heard you mention like a concern for keeping low skilled labor in a country. Like I think you mentioned the manufacturing sector, not outsourcing. Yeah, that's stupid. Again, you want to allocate jobs to whoever has a comparative advantage.
That's what I
Again, you're not looking at the net effect, right? So every time you outsource something, what does that necessarily mean? If you remove money from the analysis, you hire them to give you to produce goods and give them to you, right? But you didn't look at the other side of the trade. They're going to demand something back, and then in that respect, they'll demand something from us to produce what we have a comparative advantage in, and we're both better off after the trade. How's that tyrannical? It's called comparative advantage. It's an economic law. You can. How's that necessarily encouraging monopoly? I don't see it. It's why not? If look, this is a very It's a very mobile system, right? Let's just let me just say, the capital market, the capital. I didn't hear that last part, but let me just add the capital market is very dynamic, right? I mean, it's no longer the case where the person with a good idea or the person who can affect the good idea needs to raise the capital himself. He can go to the capital market, present his idea, prove that he can implement it, and raise the necessary capital. You don't. I mean, it's a very specialized economy now. In order to be a business, in order to be an entrepreneur, you do not need to raise the capital yourself. Build the capital yourself. Yeah, so that opens up competition for anyone to compete you down if you do not have some specialized skill. Right? If you do not have some crazy absolute advantage in exploiting this low wage labor, right? That means someone else can come and bid up their wages. And then the less regulation, the more competition there is to bid up those wages. I don't understand how implementing any regulation itself is the cause of monopoly. Adding unnecessary barriers to entry is what causes monopoly.
There are barriers to entry whether there is regulation or not.
Sure. But implementing government regulation doesn't alleviate it; it exacerbates the barriers. Sure, there are natural barriers to entry, but it's very few. Like for instance, the one where you need enough capital to enter into venture is no longer it's basically eroded to nothing with the capital market. All you need is a good idea.
What about something like education? Isn't it a barrier of entry to being a doctor that you need to go to school for 25 years? Does everyone can afford that?
I think that's a product of the licensing, right? Don't you think it's more of a product of licensing that you need those? I mean,
You still need to invest in time in order to be a doctor.
Again, if there's no licensing registration, I can become a doctor right now.
Yeah, but can you become a doctor? Are you born with the necessary skills to be a doctor?
What skills are necessary?
You need to know
if there's no regulation.
You need to know what to prescribe to someone if they're sick. There are things that go into being a doctor.
Yeah, I'm sure, but licensing only exacerbates what you mentioned about the 25 years of education is in a free market probably wouldn't be as much. And plus, I mean,
there will still be an investment that goes into being a doctor, and not everyone can make that investment.
Sure.
So it's a barrier of entry. There are barriers of entry regardless if the state is there or not.
But not again, the market accounts for it through profit, right? So I'm sure that the larger the natural barriers to entry, the more profit there is.
For sure. But there's a problem, and it's that people that already have money, it's easier for them to overcome those barriers.
Absolutely not. So, for instance, let's say I have a poor genius, right, versus let's say a somewhat dumber rich guy. Now, all this poor genius has to do in a free market is prove that he's smarter than the other guy, and he'll be more effective as a doctor. He'll be more effective with the human capital of education of being a doctor, right?
Yeah, and but who's going to provide that education for him for free?
What's that?
Who's going to provide that education for him for free just because he's smart?
He will present his case to the capitalists. The capitalists will lend him money with the promise of a return on their investment. And in the end,
if I'm a 6-year-old in your libertarian utopia, if I'm a promising 6-year-old, I will go to some capitalist and I will tell them, hey, in like 10 years, I will make a good doctor. They will give money to the 6-year-old.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes.
All right. I want to see that happen. So mostly when you have private education, and there's a lot of system where there's private education. What you actually get is rich people have access to good education, and people with no money have no access to good education.
That's ridiculous. Again, it'll start.
I grew up in a country where it's mostly private education. I've seen it. There's no capitalist listening to 6 years old. I guarantee you that. I guarantee
because there's an inhibition of information. You can't contract. You can't necessarily contract for the future labor of a child at the moment. Is that legal? Is that legal? Can the parents sell the future labor of him as an adult in the future? It's not legal, right? Is it legal?
I don't know. You can probably go to the bank and make a case that your kid is very smart and in 10 years he might be a doctor. I just doubt that the bank will give you money for that.
They won't give him money for that, given what's the highest paid. I mean, the future returns are, it's relative to other investments that are out there, right? But again, I mean, doctors. It's relative to other investments that are there. The point is the bank will not give money. So there's still a barrier of entry for the poor kid, regardless whether he has potential to be a good doctor or not. I mean, I don't know if you ever. I mean, I have this theory about information, right? A reputation system. So an open source reputation system, an open source reputation system where everything's disclosed about yourself, including your grades, your IQ, if you've taken the test, your criminal history, your financial records, everything about you from your birth. So in this case, people can donate, people can invest in you. Through contracts, right? And I'm sure when you're that young, when you're 6 years old, it's more again. The risk balances out. The risk is calculated in investment, right? So at 6 years old, you probably want to invest in some type of general education for the kid with a promise of return, right? Because you don't know what he'll choose. He can become an engineer. He can become a he can become a medical doctor or whatever. Yeah, but as the older he gets, the more the information comes about where it determines what he's more likely to be.
But in the meantime of him getting old, there are kids that had advantages and kids that didn't. And that's a barrier of entry that getting rid of the state will not make go away.
Yes, it will, because it's stupid. It's just stupid to invest in someone who doesn't have the comparative. The person with the comparative advantage will always be a better investment, right?
Yeah, but like you said, that's an easier decision to make over time, and over time, the advantage will go to the person that actually had access to a good education. It won't go to the poor kid that didn't have access.
Human capital will be allocated to the smartest people. Like if you have nepotism, you're going to pay through your investments.
Not nepotism. Smartness is not just a given. It's actually made up of something that you've done from the time you're 5 to the time you're 18. Maybe I'm born with the same intelligence as someone else. If that other person goes to a better school, grows up in a better environment, that person will have an advantage by the time that they're an adult that I did not have. It's not just...
I think a large part of intelligence is actually genetic. I think. I don't think the large part of intelligence is acquired through education.
All right. So, are people in Somalia just as likely to become doctors as someone in the United States? Is someone with 140 IQ points in Somalia?
How do you know that
become a doctor than someone with a 100 IQ in the United States? I don't make that case.
Look, my hypotheticals are in a free market. You're trying to put it in context of a highly regulated one.
So in a free market, we can talk.
So first of all, being a medical doctor is somewhat of a local service, right? You'd agree with that, right? Generally, you tend to your clientele's local instead of global, right?
I don't know. There's plenty of ways in which it's a globalized service today. Cuba is out.
So what's the average IQ of like Somalia for one thing? It's got to be very. I
don't see how someone is smart that doesn't have access to any schooling is more likely to become a doctor than someone less smart that does have access to good schooling.
No, but maybe have the cart before the horse. The fact that you're smarter, I mean, you generally tend. I mean, if IQ is truly the causal factor of your future income and IQ is also genetic, then smart kids will tend to have smarter parents who can afford for their education, right? So it could be the other way around. The fact that they're smart have access
structure. If someone down a generation has money, that is already evidence of their intelligence. Like, you're just naturalizing the whole affair, and the reason why Somalians don't have money is because of successive stupidity. So they cannot be counted on to be doctors.
No, I mean, look, let's say there's a Somalian with the ability to become a doctor, right?
Yeah.
There's profit to be had there. Then a capitalist will come in and bid up his wage. But again, you don't see it because it's a highly regulated market. It is not a free market. So
I don't seriously think that anyone is investing in the potential of Somalian babies to be doctors.
A smart kid with the potential to do great things. I would not want to exploit that. The capitalists would not want to exploit that.
It's not the only thing that goes into making a doctor, and you're taking a huge risk on a fucking baby just because he's so smart.
Yeah, no. Look. Again, if the earlier it is, the probably the more general my risk, my investment will be, right? I might not focus.
No one wants to take that risk.
Look, if I pay for if I go to Somalia and like pay for a mass IQ test, right? And then I start looking at candidates with IQs above 130, 140, 145, right? In here, I won't necessarily invest in them just to become specifically a medical doctor, but I will generally start to invest with the promise of return payment of future income in their general education at this point until I can narrow down what probably I'd be more likely to spend more money on it for their specialization, right? Does that sound so unbelievable?
I don't see people doing it.
Yeah, because it's highly regulated market, right?
I think because no one actually.
First off, immigration. First off, immigration is highly restricted, right?
You don't know what's going to happen to a 5-year-old, and usually huge fucking close. Like,
there are tons of governmental barriers.
Somalia is providing school services. You can take those things for granted here, and they come out at fixed costs. There's no infrastructure for that there. So
exactly.
You have to build the schools just to close.
If there were no government barriers to entry to immigration, I could have them fly here and have their education at the best facilities. But I can't do that, right? No. That's due to barriers to entry.
All right.
How expensive is a flight? Really, and especially if it was unregulated, like if there's more competition. I mean, you're talking about small. These are very small barriers to entry relative to. I mean, it's risky, but again, it'll be.
You seriously think that it would be a viable investment for people to invest in 5-year-olds?
And again, these will be highly liquid investment instruments. They could be if for instance you want to bail out, you could sell them to speculators, which do serve a valuable resource to an economy. They provide liquidity, so people will be more willing to take on risk when they can sell it off at any time they want to other speculators. Right? So I can create this financial instrument, and if for some reason my future expectations change, I can sell them off into the market.
There's no state in Somalia. You can actually do it. Just do it. Just start a company, invest in Somalian children, send out some mass IQ tests and do it. I think that there's a reason why people aren't doing it yet. and it's because it's a crazy fucking idea.
And that's because of a state collapse. But again, there's tons of regulation, right? Again, in order to be a doctor, you need to bring them to an economy that can afford it, right? So what I'm talking about, you can't utilize it.
You will still have to bring them into an economy with good schools and shit.
Exactly. That's why you don't see them doing it, because of the restrictions on immigration and also information. There's tons of barriers to entry that don't, and financial regulation for one. Can I fucking create an equity or a security on the market that fucking sells future labor of children? I doubt that. I doubt that fucking highly. And then there's the question, since what I'm claiming can't happen because of the current because of the current regulation of government. The greater question is, how do you get to that point, right? And that one, I'm very radical as an accelerationist, right? To get to this free market utopia. But again, I'm just identifying the problem here. I'm not saying the solution to reach that utopia or whatever you want to call it. But I think it's the optimal state of the economy. Because education is just human capital. It's an investment. Education is a fucking investment. Why does it have to be solely borne upon the parents?
Investment doesn't change the fact that there are barriers of entry there, and that not everyone is willing to cover.
What barriers to entry are natural, and the ones that are natural are very insignificant.
They are natural, but what? How does that answer the fact that they still exist? They still exist whether there is a state or not, and that creates structures.
The natural barriers to entry, yeah, but again, whatever natural barriers to entry they're all insignificant, even when you look at them totally.
Dude, you're telling me that investing in 5-year-olds it's insignificant, that it will be the most natural thing in the world. I think
the market, yes, it's very insignificant. It'd be easy as buying a fucking stock. And, well, not even, it'll be easier than that, right? I mean, buying a security, you kind of go through some hoops, right? I mean, first off, it's artificially expensive because of financial regulation. So it'll be even easier than buying a stock. It'll be kind of like buying Bitcoin. Well, that's fucking hard because that's somewhat regulated as far as the exchanges are concerned. It'll be very easy to do. You are really focusing on artificial barriers to entry. That's what I'm saying here. And I'm asking you to point to the natural barriers to entry in a free market, right?
Dude, Somalia has no state. You can do it. You can do it. I just don't think people will do it.
First off, let's get this one straight. First off, if what I say is true, if IQ is largely genetic, and from the statistics we know that the average IQ in Somalia is probably under 80, right?
IQ is social.
So shut up. Okay, so let's assume this. Let's put let's replace all the children in Somalia with fucking Ashkenazi Jews.
All right.
And there's still this conflict there. You don't think capitalists would go in there? No, they don't. They don't go into Somalia. Number one, because the average IQ is fucking low. These aren't potential candidates for higher education, right? So you're
dude. There's plenty of poor people in China. So because they have a higher average, people are going to
that is a restrictive economy. You cannot go in there. You can't even buy some of their currency. What makes you think?
Okay, so you really think that if Somalia was full of Chinese kids, people would be investing in Chinese kids from Somalia to become?
No. Well, I don't know what international laws there are in the U.S. to restrict that or to restrict Western nations from doing that. Right? I can't tell you off the top of my head but I'm sure there probably are. And yes, without those laws, I say yes, of course.
So what you're telling me, and this is basically your argument, that if there was no public education and all we had is a free market, the way that basically people will overcome barriers of entry that are education based is through capitalists that invest in kids from a very, very young age. That's your basic argument. That's what will happen in your ideal society, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
If you have a relevant argument against it, feel free to bring it up. But
It's so fucking crazy to me. I don't see it happening. I don't see it happening.
in the real world, shit.
Yeah, I don't see it in the real world. I don't see people deciding to invest in fucking 4-year-olds for fucking 10 years with the possibility that they might.
You see it's because no one can sell child labor in the future, right? I don't think that's, for one thing, you do see it in the adult market, right? Companies will pay for your education, right? Once you're an employee, once they know you're committed to them for a little bit. So it is a contractual exchange. You see it, you do see that, right?
It's a way more secure market with an adult.
Again, it doesn't matter, right?
You actually know whether an adult is likely to make money or not.
Risk is always accounted for in an expected value, right? So the more risk there is, generally, but again, sorry, like what choice does a kid have, right? He has to. Based upon, education has to be allocated properly. I think generally. Society is overeducated, right? There's too much education. Too many people are overeducated. Most people should start working when they're kids. To be frank,
I agree with that.
And sadly, there are some poor kids. All you have to do is demonstrate. You can see it. You can see smart kids getting scholarships, and this is even in a highly regulated market, right? It's not an accident. There are
scholarship because
if there's a kid with a 150 IQ, there will be
environment that nurtures that. It's not just any kid. And my basic argument is that these barriers of entry that are education based, just because different kids get different education, they have access.
Let me ask you this. Khalil.
Access to different parenting styles.
When you look at very bright kids, like kids who test very very highly on the genius spectrum in Western nations, you don't think it's highly likely that he gets some type of financial aid from someone other than his parents?
When they're really small,
you don't see this natural tendency.
I think
even when they're small,
always their parents that are educating them at home and shit. It's their parents that are putting effort into that. It's not just a given that, this baby shows a lot of promise and a bunch of capitalists show up at your door and start giving you books and shit. No. It's parents that enroll their kids in the best school. It's parents that try to attain an education for their kids. That is mostly the case with really smart kids. It's not fucking poor kids that are sponsored by fucking venture capitalists. No, I really don't think that's the case.
Yeah, that's totally bullshit. Your case,
exactly.
His case stands upon.
Well, it's like if you're taking an IQ test, you are going to do worse if you're, starved. Like you're hungry, and some of it you have to understand the language of that the test is in. I know a lot of it is images and puzzles and things, but some of it is actually you have to have prerequisite knowledge.
The bare necessities are easily met. This is not what we're really arguing here.
Well, that's what I'm arguing, because if you're hungry, that's going to make a difference of at least 10 points.
I doubt that, and I think you're talking about starvation, not hunger.
Well, they're correlated. If you have vitamin deficiencies, then you don't get enough oxygen.
Yeah, I mean,
and you lose IQ points.
Specific vitamin deficiencies. I mean, I don't think that's a problem in Western nations.
It really is in some communities.
I mean, ones that can drastically affect your IQ. Those are serious deficiencies.
Like if you only get
those are probably deficiencies related to starvation rather than fucking hunger.
Well, I mean that's what it's not exactly starvation, but it's demi starvation because you're not getting enough nutrients. You get one good lunch a day at school, and then you go.
And
home.
even then, right? If it's only a 10 point difference, let's even assume that, which I highly doubt. It's even that.
Well, that's what I read.
That's a relatively low percentage of total IQ. It won't make a difference. It won't make a difference whether a 140 IQ tests at 130 because of the deficiency. Right? So that's stupid. It's not enough to even be significant. Unless you're fucking trying to invest.
Yeah, I mean, you're attaching too much importance to IQ, like. I mean,
look again, and if it is hidden, if there is some type of unfair, like if there's some unutilized like potential there, that presents a profit opportunity.
Yeah.
If someone's not taking advantage of that presents the first one who comes up with a solution to do so, and get first advantage and profit from it. Then if the market's free, then people will copy him. And it'll take care of any potential deficiencies that are skewing the information out there. So of course, a good entrepreneur will look for starving kids that are probably smart, right?
Yeah.
Right? It presents that opportunity to look for starving people who don't come across because of their starvation in the IQ test because of their starvation. Then fix that problem, which is a very low cost, right?
Well, I'm just thinking of Marilyn Vos-Savant has the highest IQ in the world, apparently.
No. We don't look at anecdotes, right? And when you get that high, I don't know. I don't know who you're talking about. Do I on YouTube?
I mean, no. You could just Google her. She has the highest IQ in the world.
No, I know it's a girl.
Well, there are exceptions to trends.
Yeah, but
what? Anyway,
yeah, but the probability of that exception is very low, right? When it's the highest IQ in the world, when women have such a low
it doesn't even matter if it's the highest. I'm just saying she has a really high IQ at least, and she doesn't do anything but run a magazine column. You know?
Sure, okay, yeah, but even then, I bet she makes more than the average, the fucking average per capita GDP in the U.S., right?
Yeah,
and then again, you're looking at an anecdote, right?
I'm just saying she's not
based rules off fucking anecdotes.
She's technically a genius, but she hasn't really innovated anything.
Yeah, like her whole job is basically having the highest IQ in the world. That's what she does.
So maybe there's untapped potential there.
Untapped potential.
That's for the market to exploit, right?
If we live in a capitalist utopia, she will be fucking Einstein Part 3 or something.
What was that? I didn't understand. Who has that echo?
Well, John should turn his phone down a little bit if he can. Okay.
But again, you keep asking me why don't they invest in her? Why is she underutilized? It's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be the best option.
Well, my point was that IQ is maybe not the utmost of importance.
I don't want to get into like a debate on IQ, but I mean,
your argument does rest on that. Basically, what you're saying is that in a competitive market, sort of the people with the best natural abilities will be invested on, and that will automatically just be the solution in a competitive market. So yes, it does matter that IQ is important and it is natural. Your argument has to rest on that.
Wait, if
it's unsure that a 5-year-old with a high IQ will be anything in life, then it doesn't make sense that capitalists will invest in him in the way that you're portraying. So it has to be. And if it is a natural and it rests on education or whatever, then my argument about barriers of entry stand, because those barriers of entry will exist regardless of whether the state is present or not.
If that has to do with anything with reasoning, of course. Management, look, management isn't necessarily a super high IQ job. It's not one of the super high IQ jobs, right? So it's one of those where it's kind of high IQ, but it's not like genius. You don't need a genius level to be a manager. So I don't even know why you'd want to waste like super high talent, super high potential to be a manager, right? There's less risk. There's less risk in trying to find such a candidate. Look, I'm going off the rule now. Doesn't matter. So he's not going to be in a management. He's not going to be in a management. He might not be. Look, I mean, you need a hierarchy to probably be an RD. You don't need it to be a manager, right? So what? No, no. You don't need to. You don't need to communicate. You don't really need to communicate. You can hire people to do that for you, right? The communication part, it's a highly specialized market, right? To allocate capital is probably yes. Who? Which person? Look, right? Most of the population, when you're communicating with the general population, they're going to be less IQ than high IQ people. You think you can generally communicate well with those type of people, average people? When you that's not necessary. That's not necessary to be a capitalist. That's not necessary to be a capitalist. No, look, I'm sure a high IQ person can understand what the lower IQ person's saying, right? The problem is the other way around. He can hire someone to do that. But if he can't do that, that's just somewhat of a disadvantage for him relative to another entrepreneur who can allocate resources the same way, but also communicate better than him. So what? So he loses out a little in his advantage. So what? But again, it's highly specialized, right? In order to run a business, you don't need to make your widgets. You don't even necessarily need to have the game plan. You can just be the capitalist, right? You don't even have to have the original idea. It's all highly specialized. Every task is specialized by somebody, right? And communicating to your workers or whatever. I don't know. That's not something a CEO fucking does. He might do it in a speech or something, but he generally gives that task to the manager. It's a cost. No, it's not a benefit, right? The benefit comes from specialization in trade, right? Comparative advantage. Highly specialized individuals. So that's what makes the economy more efficient. What's that? You know, but that's what makes the economy more efficient. Yes, it does. It's called. It's, no, forget Adam Smith. Forget Adam Smith, right? It's not. It's not an Adam. It's a no. Forget Adam Smith. But like look at David Ricardo. Look at David Ricardo's law of comparative advantage. Yes, very much so. Just just look at your life. Right? You want to take an extreme example? Try to produce everything you consume.
It actually is possible.
Yeah, but no. What percentage of if everybody produced what they consume and no trade would happen, what percentage of the population would die?
13.
Probably about 99. 99.9.
Not even close.
What's that?
You need to look at off the grid technology.
Look. Just build your own car from scratch. Right? Don't mine your own ore. Right?
Yeah, you don't need a car, really.
No, but you can. I'm just saying, you consume a car, right? That's part of your annual. That's part of your that's part of your 10-year budget, right? So in other words, a car generally costs like $10,000. Let's say a low end car costs about $10,000 new. How much of the year of your labor does it cost in terms of time does it take for you to earn that? A quarter of a year? A quarter of a year? Do you think you can build a car in a quarter of a year from scratch? I get rid of. No, it's not limited. It's not limited. It's an extreme example. It's an extreme example, but it's just. No. That's, what are you talking about? We're getting on topic. I'm talking about specialization. Why it's always good in every case. You don't even need to be. You can start from scratch. You can just start with 2 people on a desert island. It's good for them. Wait, do you understand? Do you understand the law of comparative advantage? Maybe you should just watch a video on it before you start coming up with criticisms that are irrelevant to the argument, right? It's irrelevant, right? Because the law of comparative advantage works on the law of comparative look, John, the law of comparative advantage works if you're on a desert island with just 2 people, right? With no cars there, right? It works even in that scenario. No, I'm talking about with respect to you, right? I'm talking about in your case, right? Now, in any other case, it'll just change the good, right? But the law of look, I'm arguing about specialization, not about the fact that building a car necessarily, right? I'm talking about specialization. So whether you transfer the hypothetical to a desert island of poor people with very limited technology, right? all it will do is change the good under analysis, but it doesn't change the fact that specialization makes them better off. You get it? So it's irrelevant. Specialization makes them better off. Specialization always works. It's a law of economics. It's a mathematical law. That's what makes the comparative advantage. Look. I'm not gonna explain a basic law. I'm not gonna explain the basic law of comparative advantage to you, right? Go watch a video on it. Go watch the video first, then construct arguments. I'm not gonna field blind arguments. You're just shooting in the dark here. Irrelevant arguments. No. I'm just showing how you're better off. How long would it take for you to build that car from scratch? 100 years? Even if you had the blueprints? Let's even say you had the knowledge to build it. You wouldn't even build one in your lifetime, probably. Because you have to mine the ore, refine it, right? Then build all those little parts, then assemble it. And how long would it take you? But with specialization in trade, it only takes you.
It's true that economies are specialized, but when you sort of paint the ideal model that you have on your head of a perfect market, I think that you take that to an extent that just isn't realistic. It's not true that if you have some hidden potential and you cannot even communicate effectively, that there exists a world that is realistic, that is viable, where you will immediately have someone that is good at communicating.
It's called potential profit. That's all that drives. That's all. You don't need perfect competition. I never assume perfect competition. In any state of finite, resources, this type of model allocates resources the most efficiently, where it lowers the general cost of living for everybody.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that earlier on, when we were talking, you had like any specific case that was presented. You said, oh, someone will do that for you because of a specialization. It's not true that if you have something and it's a potential, that's enough in any world that we know, in any world that is viable, that is enough to get you by just because someone else will do the job for you. It's not true that just because you're smart, someone will necessarily come and invest in you. It's not true that if you're smart, if you cannot communicate, that someone will come and communicate for you.
Well, they
doesn't just automatically happen.
They do.
Just because there's a law of...
You will admit you do see that in the adult market, right?
To an extent. To a certain
extent. And again, they don't do it to kids because it's illegal. How can you contract future labor of them being an adult when you're a kid? Tell me, can I do that right now?
Dude, that's not what I'm talking about. I am talking about a specialization. When we invest in adults, it's not just IQ. It's not just IQ. There's no bank measuring the IQ of adults and giving them money to have an education. There's way more variables that go into it.
Because there's no market for it, because it's illegal. If there was a market, there'd be demand.
I'm talking about adults. I'm talking about high school graduates.
You can't do that. Well, I'm not sure about the labor laws, but I mean, there are already close substitutes to that.
There are close substitutes, but they depend on a lot more than IQ. It's not true that there's some mechanism of measuring raw potential and that capitalists are going around figuring that out and investing in people.
It's a large part of it.
No. People have to do a lot more to get people to invest in the potential that they have.
Your education is already a close substitute to it.
Yeah, but education is not just some given.
No, yeah, it is. It's given to you, isn't it?
It's given to some people, but it's a barrier of entry to others because not
Well,
everyone.
I'm talking about in a Western nation already. I'm talking about some in a Western nation. Education is generally
Yeah, but
free.
that's because it's a public good. If it wasn't, then no, you couldn't take education for granted.
I don't know what you mean by public good, but if you mean by it's provided by the state, yeah, sure. Yeah, but and again. So grade school is given to you by the state. Then what happens from there? Right? You don't think high IQ kids are generally given scholarships?
I think it's more likely in a first world country.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Because first world countries are generally more free economies, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Although Somalia does have a free market, they just don't have any capital.
Where do you think scholarships are given? I mean, it's a rare case you find people like, geniuses who fall through the cracks. They are the very rare exception, not the rule. Right?
I don't think it's that fair, to be honest. I think there's a social relation involved in trading, and some people just don't want a part of it. They feel alienated.
Stop predicting yourself, Burke.
Well, no, if instead of treating people like people, you treat them like customers or bosses, or it's a dehumanization. Like, you think of Albert Einstein, to be honest. He advocated for socialism.
I don't care. He specialized in his field. He was ignorant about the rest.
I know, but you attach so much importance to being a genetic genius or whatever.
Yes, but I highly endorse specialization, right? When you specialize in something, it generally makes you ignorant about other fields. So I'm not going to take his fucking economic advice.
Yeah, I didn't say that you were, but I mean,
I don't care how smart you are, right? Specialization at the high levels of certain jobs.
What you were saying, though, is that these people would naturally be more productive. And although I guess you could say he was productive, he didn't advocate for a productive system. Like, do you understand what I mean by alienation?
No, well, generally using its general meaning.
Because when you trade with somebody, instead of just giving it away, like if you don't need something and somebody else needs it, then why not just give it away? But it's because that that if you do, you might not get anything back, and then you might go hungry, and then you might,
I don't understand. You're using pronouns. It away.
I'm using pronouns.
Yeah, giving what away?
Anything. Like if I have a case of beer and you can cut hair, I'll give you some beer and you can cut my hair. Like, why can't we just have a communal interaction?
Well, what's a communal interaction?
Without quid pro quo exchanges.
Because you need to provide incentive of production.
Well, see,
So in other words, consumption has to be proportional to production, right? And if you remove that mechanism, you're going to remove the
simple living, to be honest. But if you go back to 1538, the beginning of modern capitalism, you'd kick people off of their land. And then you privatize it and you start trading. That's a regulation. Capitalism began out of regulation historically. So when you talk about a free market that involves trade, that's ahistorical. There's no value to it. I mean, it's something that you theorized on. You didn't, it's not real. It is not ever going to be real. It's an ideal.
I don't care even where it's starting point, right? It can start from any other system.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is trade isn't a natural relation between human beings. It's something that
trade is an unnatural. You say it's
scarcity. When you take away, then people start to trade. But if they have enough land to themselves, then they don't trade. They just give, and they provide for each other.
Look, land and other production, other capital will flow to who best use it. You know, I always say that, right?
Yes, I do. I know you say that. I know your quotes.
So you should not own land if you're not the most efficient at utilizing it.
Well, no, I mean, but communal land ownership is
communal land ownership. How does that mechanism ensure that the person who can most utilize it gets it?
well. It's not necessarily that people are concerned with being utilitarians. They're just concerned with peacefulness. They like to be alive. It's fun to be a human being.
There's not gonna be any peacefulness.
There was tons of peacefulness.
Where?
And then the commoners were moved off their land and into feudal relationships. Well, no, I'm talking about the enclosure of the commons in the 1500s or whatever in Great Britain. And then you can also correlate that with the Native Americans here. They were living fairly peacefully and communally, and then the Westerners brought smallpox and killed the rest of them off. And I mean, we obviously still have natives, but they're invisible in our communities.
So how does their standard of living?
No, it was good, to be honest, just from what I've learned. And they obviously didn't have. They obviously lost in a culture war just because they didn't have the weaponry. But they lived for 5,000 years without a lot of warfare.
That doesn't say anything. So did every other civilization up to that point.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to say, I know you don't even care, but I'm not trying to say like fuck white people or anything, because they were escaping harsh conditions in Europe. But I think in order to be I don't like value. I don't think that you need to be productive. I think if you just want to, if you just want to live, and you can live off of others' charity, and then you can perform works. And I don't know, a lot of people really are content with that,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a car? Do you have a car? Relative to all of your options, you do want to call it fossil fuels, right? Because obviously you're not investing in any other alternative technology at the moment, are you? So it looks like you do want a car based upon your actual actions. Yeah, you do. Do you own one? Do you own one?
I just want to be able to get from A to B.
You don't own one? You probably fucking own. You're fucking philosopher.
At some point, you realize that you don't actually have anywhere to go, and that's also part of the thing. Is like you lose value in trying to gain value. You get tired.
Stop projecting yourself on fucking the rational person, because the rational person.
I mean, but it happens all the time. People are addicted to stuff.
What do I care? You're a philosopher.
Look at how many people use drugs in this country, and it's because of the social relation that is capitalistic. And remember, Nadia was really smart, and she was an anti-capitalist. So it's like,
I don't care.
What does that have to do with anything?
Not just me being dumb.
Look, you don't point to like anecdotes, right? I don't care about anecdotes.
Well, yeah, I'm just.
You don't
saying,
argue from anecdotes.
She had a similar background to yours, minus a lot of vastly different social stuff. Obviously, being transgender and shit.
Look, whenever like very poor people, very unproductive people, for some whatever reason, they tend to be kind.
No, it's not a personal offense. I understand what you're saying. Are you going to finish your sentence, though?
No.
Oh. What? Okay. Just kind of start that and fail it off.
What the fuck is that? You mean property?
I think he means human capital, but just isolated to
IP then. Intellectual property, right? What do you mean, do I believe? Do I believe government should implement IP laws? Is that what you mean? Yeah. Can you? Sure. The fuck is it? What contributions have philosophers made the last 10 years?
Slavoj Žižek makes a lot of BuzzFeed videos or whatever. Big Think, or what is it called on YouTube? Big Think. He makes money doing philosophy, I think. You don't even make that distinction, to be honest. You don't even need to make that distinction, to be honest. No, between whatever you said, physical, mental, or whatever.
I don't care.
Oh yeah, no. People's values.
People can make money on vices, right?
People value really stupid shit. Like people will sit there and watch Onision, and it's like, you know,
people make money selling heroin, right?
Well, heroin is fucking valuable, but I mean, Onision, I don't know.
Is it really valuable?
I don't know.
Just because you pay for it, is it really a value?
Well, it's very potent. It's physically stimulating. It's addictive.
Does it provide evolutionary value to whoever's consuming it?
Honestly, if you
wait, how do you call the market the most sort of effective determinant of value and then deny the market's ability to produce value? If you have some other standard of value, I mean, does market value have to correlate evolutionary value, or does evolutionary value supersede the value that the market creates?
The true value is inherently represented in the long run value, right? Is it sustainable? Is the profit sustainable? If your market base dies, or if the either supplier demand side of any market dies, it's not sustainable, right? And that shows the true value there, the long run profit from whatever venture. So
what build mechanisms do markets have to address something like environmental decay?
That's easy. It's just property, right? So it's just pollution's a bad. It takes care of itself, just like all other externalities, right? The Coase theorem. Externalities, there's a profit incentive in externalities. In other words, generally, there's a profit incentive for all externalities, whether it be pollution or whatever, right?
How?
again, so let's say I'm polluting there. I'm causing a certain amount of damage to you and everybody. It tends to have an inverse square law, right? Locally, the damages kind of probably decrease inversely to the distance of the spot pollution. In that place, whoever's being damaged the most will tend to be willing to pay to get rid of it. So again, there's a profit incentive for someone to stop this pollution, either for someone to come in, a third party to come in, offer their services to stop them from polluting, or to directly pay the guy.
But that's not happening.
Yes, it does. It does.
See, this is where Brian's got good points. He's got really good points on this, to be honest.
And again, there are a lot of financial regulations which prevent like money from moving in order to coalesce to pay off the person. Plus, number one, I mean, there's a lot of other pollution regulation already in effect that's skewing what would really happen.
That's because the state is doing that.
And usually when you pollute, so
What
number
does
one,
the market, what mechanism does the market have?
Number one, corporations usually pollute not on their own land. They usually pollute on government land. Number two, they usually pollute under a corporate moniker, where all liabilities are shielded from all their personal loss is shielded from the corporate loss, right?
You said they pollute
in a free market. This does not happen.
How doesn't it happen?
Number one, if you pollute, you have to pollute it on your own property. So you suffer.
For what?
The same damage you're causing, right? Then the externalities taken because the losses incurred upon the corporation are you're liable for the damages. You're going to be liable for the damages you incur.
How are you liable for the damages?
Number one, through reputation, right? Everyone will know you pollute. So through your reputation, so your reputation is going to be everything in this free market.
But okay, you already granted that the way people choose things is not necessarily the most good thing in the long run. So it's perfectly viable that people, even knowing that using cars will pollute the earth and there won't be life in 100 years, people are still fully able to go on purchasing cars. I don't think it's very relevant to people that certain companies have a bad reputation as polluting the air. It doesn't figure in the choices that they make.
You have such a strong accent, and your English is like so on point on Facebook. I had no idea. I know. It's just
no.
I just moved here when I was like 19.
Oh wow.
The magnitude of the bad reputation incurred by pollution is proportional to how bad they pollute, right?
The thing with pollution is that it has a delayed effect.
And again, they do it under the corporate moniker. Like I wouldn't care, like, because I'm virtually shielded. My own reputation is shielded from being a polluter because the artificial corporate moniker takes on that bad reputation of polluting. Number one. No, and let's just face this. And number one, wait. And let me just lay one thing out there, right? The whole goal of production is not to eliminate pollution, right? There's an optimum amount of pollution, right? And it's not zero at any point of imperfect technology. Yeah, but they're living. That's not a failure. That's not a failure. They're willing to put up with a greater amount of pollution because they want to because they're worried about starving rather than breathing clean air. Right? Worrying about pollution is the first world problem.
So there are people that just because of the necessities that they have, they cannot place that sort of limit on a company to sort of choose not to work at a manufacturing company or choose not to buy cars because it's polluting the air. It is way too far from affecting their lives on their everyday for them to make decisions based on it. And yet you still pretend that markets will automatically have a solution to it that's better than the state. I don't think that is true.
Yeah, easily. Because number one, the state is not cost conscious. For any solution they provide, they're not worried about the cost, right? They always present only the benefit and not the cost. And it's the usual case that the cost exceeds the benefit incurred.
Yeah, I can agree. I can agree that the state can be not cost conscious, but the point is that it's not true that markets are necessarily present the better solution. I don't think that's true.
Yes, it does, because anyone that does it always provides the incentive for the more efficient problem solver, right? And it does not allow for a problem solver whose solution is worse than the problem to persist, unlike government, right? Government always takes on projects that entrepreneurs aren't willing to undertake because the costs exceed the benefits, at least to themselves. And again, if you believe in the Coase theorem, which I do, I mean, the market internalizes externalities because the profit mechanism still applies. All bads that are formed from externalities are profit incentives. Even if they're small bads accumulate over a large amount of the poor population, it still accumulates. If they are willing and if they produce enough to pay to get rid of that bad, it'll accumulate. And as long as financial regulations don't inhibit it coming together to form some type of security to pay somebody to alleviate that externality.
I just don't see who's paying, other than the state, who is paying for companies to be less polluting. Very few people are.
Again, you don't want zero pollution.
Are only a few people affected by pollution?
Number one, you don't want zero pollution. Number two, you don't want the cost of getting rid of that pollution to be greater than the benefit, the bad you're getting rid of, right? That's the greater problem at this point. Why would you want to get rid of pollution and if you put a dollar amount on the bad it causes, you don't want to spend more to get rid of that, right? And that's
okay, but it goes back to what your standard.
How bad of a problem is pollution?
It goes back to what your standard of value is, because now you're again equating value with what the market dictates. Obviously, people are spending their money elsewhere, so they don't care as much about pollution.
Again, ultimate value is determined by evolution itself, right? And this is what I say.
All right. So what?
So if you
in evolutionary terms, but it's tenable for the market.
If you artificially overvalue or undervalue true value, evolutionary value, then you will go bankrupt. In other words, you will go evolutionary extinct, right? So in the long run, this can't persist. The market or nature will select against you.
Sure, but they are different things.
What?
The market doesn't necessarily correspond to evolutionary value.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Absolutely, right?
No, because you can have certain behaviors that are encouraged by the market and they are produced by the market.
But are they sustainable? Are they sustainable?
They're not.
Yes, and that's why ultimately it's not actually profitable in the long run. Look, when you go into a business venture, you don't just look at short-term profit, right? You look at you take the net present value, which is the sum total of all profit in the future, right?
Yeah, but that future isn't that indeterminate. You're not looking. People that were polluting the air 20 years ago, they were not thinking, "Oh, my children will will probably die by 2100.
That's a problem that exists. That's a problem that exists with a government or without a government, right?
Yeah, but the government,
how much you value a bad or a good, right? How much you
the government
the problem of valuing
the market doesn't.
the market does that perfectly, right? The market does that better than any other system.
I don't see what the market is doing for pollution.
The reason why it does it better is because it's cost conscious. The losses are borne upon the people who actually try to invest in it, while government isn't, right? You have people spending other people's money, which causes them to tend to over or underspend relative to the gains the gains that are likely to be had, right? And that's ultimately why that system fails. Government fails because you have people spending other people's money.
Okay, can I ask both of you, but especially Khalil, because he's in Central America, what do you think about Cuba?
What?
Like their economy, like, okay, and just to be clear, like, if you could isolate imperialism away from the equation, is Cuba's command economy a good thing?
I mean, Cuba has a very large informal economy. It's not true that it's just this centralized economy. And I mean, they're doing better than a lot of countries in the region. They're doing better than Haiti.
Yeah, so there are no homeless children, and you can get
that. A centralized economy necessarily has to be worse than just any free market economy. That is also not true.
Instead of looking at like specific examples, why don't you look at like general indexes like economic freedom, right?
Well,
you'll see that
it's true, but you also have to figure in regulations coming from, like, so the United States had an embargo on trade with Cuba for like 60 years or whatever.
Embargoes generally hurt both countries, not only the country that the embargo is imposed upon.
But the weaker country probably.
Yeah, it's not the same how Cuba will be affected by an embargo by the U.S. than how the U.S. will be affected by not trading with Cuba.
Yes, just because let's say the losses were the same, just the fact that they're running on a less efficient system, right? Where it's open trade, it's generally going to hurt more, right? So if I'm making 10,000,
it's going to hurt more because the U.S. is a much larger economy.
Yes, it's a much more efficient economy. In other words, not necessarily larger, but
it's just a larger one that produces.
Of course.
That is important.
But the losses are the same on the embargo, right? It's virtually theoretically
the same in terms of the market. It isn't the same for the people. There you go. Increasing value automatically.
Khalil, right?
It doesn't work like that.
If you're less efficient,
$1 is not the same for a rich man.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying, right? And the reason why a dollar loss is more important to you is because you're working on a more inefficient system. You're only making $10 when I'm making $100. Of course, $1 is going to be worth more to you because its marginal value is higher. But that's because of your system. The embargo the loss is still the same, right? But the marginal value of that dollar, I'm talking about the nominal value. The nominal loss is the same. The actual marginal value of that dollar is different, of course, because that 11th dollar is much more important than my 101st. But that's because of your inefficient production system.
That's because one country has more money than the other.
And that's because of your system, not because of the embargo, right? So the embargo hurts us both, right? But really, you're really hurting. The real hurt because of the marginal loss is because your system's actually more inefficient. You understand? Right? So the embargo itself caused the same amount of damage to us nominally, right? But it hurts more. It hurts you more because you're working off a more inefficient system, which is somewhat of a government-controlled system, a relatively more economically controlled system.
Well, wait, let me get this right. This is what you're saying. If I am the partner of Haiti, I am their primary exchanging partner, and I give Haiti potatoes for them to survive. And they really need those potatoes because they don't get it from elsewhere.
No, the reason why they're so dependent on you is because they're so inefficient. Because let's just say they have a less free economy. That's why it hurts so much. But again, the nominal losses are the same.
I don't know. I was just curious what y'all thought.
Let's put it in a hypothetical. Let's just say you have some Luddite technology. You're working on a Luddite technology, right? That only lets you produce like $10 worth of food. I'm working on a higher basic technology, and we still trade because of the law of comparative advantage, even though you're inferior to me as far as technology is concerned.
Well,
Now let's say I impose a law where I just want to maintain like local jobs, which it's going to hurt me, right? But the fact that you're really going to die from this embargo and I'm not, is because of your inferior technology, not necessarily because of the embargo. It was like the initial cause, but it's not. It's like this. You're sitting on a pile of dynamite, right? And there's an earthquake, and then it blows up, and you blame the earthquake, right?
Yeah, but my ability and to continue growing and to continue investing also depends on the relationship that I had. It's not true that it's solely
Sure, me too, but by the same amount too. I mean, nominally, not percentage wise.
Yeah, but I don't
my goals will always be funny.
Make an absolute statement from that the reason why they are affected is solely the domain of their system. No, they are also affected in a real way by the embargo. I think it's nonsensical to say that they're not, and their economy is affected by that, and their ability to produce future value.
With the case of Cuba, I can necessarily say that because you can see other communist countries where embargoes work. Because you can point to other socialist economies where there are no embargoes imposed, where they still suffered, right?
Okay, but that is not the case. You're presenting this as a principle, not just talking about Cuba.
It generalizes. I mean, again, it just generalizes. You can see it in theoretical arguments of deadweight loss, right? When you impose,
there are countries with strong states that are doing good, but that's not really the argument.
What's that?
There are countries with a strong.
Okay, so if you want to battle of the anecdotes, the winner is the one who can present statistics, right? So you look at index of economic freedom. Look at that index.
Yeah, what do you see? There are also large states that are doing good. There's Scandinavia as a whole is doing good.
So if you take the best of the socialist states, is it doing better than the best of the capitalist states?
Yeah. Norway? Are you kidding me?
Norway? Where do they rank on economic freedom? Go look at the economic freedom index. I guarantee you they're probably in the top 20 of all them.
Probably, but they still have large states.
No, absolutely not. When you look at the index of economic freedom takes that into account, how large the state is. Go look at what the factors that determine economic freedom. They incorporate the size of the state, regulation, taxation, their spending relative to GDP. All of these things are incorporated into that index.
But they have welfare, they have public education.
So what? That's not the sole determinant of a state. The bigger determinant of the state is spending relative to GDP, isn't it? Not just spending on education or healthcare.
That's true.
It'd be more fair to look at spending as a percentage of GDP. And if you look at Norway, I guarantee you it's probably low.
Yeah, that might be true.
It's in the index. I mean, this is not unbiased analysis you're doing, right?
No, yeah, I agree, but
anecdotes.
I think that you're right. That it's probably not such a high percentage of the GDP, but you do see sort of robust state-based things that you don't see in economies like the United States. You see welfare, you see universal healthcare, you see public education. That's all there.
That's relatively a small part of the economy when you look at it, what they spend on it.
So why does it cost us so much to spend on it?
Look. I mean, you got to look at their net effect, the net effect of the government. The government, everything's an economic transaction in an economy. You look at the net sum of their role in the GDP, and you see how that affects welfare, the general welfare of the state, the nation of that it's governing, and you'll see that there's a strong negative correlation. That's a correlation. So this is taking a large amount of data points, not just one country, not just one anecdote you're talking about. I don't see how your anecdote even trumps that. Look how strong that. Let me find the link for you, because obviously you didn't look it up, right? I'm just curious. I want to see like Norway's score anyway. Just Google like economic freedom index or whatever. Let me see.
Was muted. Why is he googling that?
Economic freedom index.
Yeah, no. Why is he googling that?
Who, me?
Or why did you tell him to do that?
He's using Norway as like some bastion of statist success, but it's number 25 out of about 200 nations.
System, at least, if you kill if you kill 80 people, you still can only serve a maximum of 14 years in prison. But they can extend your sentence if they determine you are a danger. But it's not like in America where your life is over. I think that's really good. I'm all about compassion. I don't know. Yeah. Well, it's. I think maybe what you would like to say is that it's not like freely acquired, and you really have to work for it. But I think it's totally possible that within. And well, yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, they're clearly not, though. But I mean, in a lot of respects, yeah. And I like to look at that more than I think any hatred is under duress. Hmm. Well, that's to me that's the inherent experience, and then you form attachments, and then you are separated from one another. But in all reality, like I was saying earlier, is that one is not separated from the environment or from other individuals, and the individual is a social construct. There's nothing to separate us. There's no, well, actually, I don't think there's a consciousness. People still argue about that, but I think that's just another mechanical way to describe. No, no. And then personally, I can say no, and personally, I can say because I have dealt with this is when you experience traumatic event, especially at a younger age, it flips a switch in your brain, and it like you have empathy as a natural sense, but then uh, you it just like I said, it's like a switch. It's a perfect metaphor, and well, if you look at serial killers, if you look at serial killers and things of that nature, they've always been abused. I mean, I think categorically they've always been abused some kind. Mhm. Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah. Full compassion.
I agree with what John is saying. Or sort of bonds towards other people actually intensify in the face of what is seen as a sort of threat to that person that we identify with, and a strong sort of communal feelings of identity, like in the nation, for example, they are used as a way to justify violence committed against what is constituted as others. So I wouldn't go into sort of making compassion the end all of the social good, because you can see how that can turn into a very ugly thing. We tend to favor with our empathy those that are closest to us and those that are like us, and we are invested in them at the expense of other people many times.
I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
Spoken like a true philosopher. A malfunction. Don't need it.
I mean, I think that I'm probably he can speak better here, but I think that you have something in markets where there's a very rude thing to what he was mentioning, which is or sort of tendency to ignore cost when we make any sort of moral decision that is against what the market is sort of naturally determining through the price system. So say that um, the national wage is something around $7, and you start paying your workers $11, even though their labor is worth 7. You sort of create this problematic incentive structure where it appears that a lot more work is needed in your I really don't know how to articulate this in your sort of firm than it actually is. I mean it no, I mean like actually like firms making sort of moral decisions that can actually have a problematic effect on the economy and the well-being of the place itself. For example, if I just like had a coffee farm, but unlike every other farm in the region, I just started paying my workers more because it's a good thing to do. I will be ignoring um, sort of how much work in the other farms is actually needed.
What? I don't get it.
It's hard to explain.
Yeah, that it doesn't make sense. I mean, minimum wage laws it always hurts an economy. Or I don't understand your example too. And you mentioned paying a worker more than he produces. Yeah, that doesn't work.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that it doesn't work. I'm just having a hard time articulating the sort of effects that that can have on the economy.
There's
Where
always
firms
there's
try to try to just be moral instead of paying what the
no. That's not morality. Morality is trying to the best morality is trying to extract the most profit, right?
I mean, yeah,
And in that
that's
respect,
your morality. That's your morality.
no, it's the most moral. What in the end, if you implement that strategy, it's the best for everybody too. It may seem selfish at
Okay,
its face, but in the end, it's the most humane. Yep. Because when you implement that strategy, if let's say you underpay your workers, right? If your workers producing $10 of revenue, and you're paying them 6, and you're paying them 5, right? That if you implement this strategy to everybody, if everyone implements the strategy at once, then someone will undercut me if they have the same ability, if they have the same production ability. They'll offer him $6 instead of me offering 5. He will win the wages of the worker and make $4 profit. I will make none. Now this also, so he will at the next turn of the game, I will offer the worker $7 because I'm still making 3, and this will keep going on as long as competition is sufficient enough, right? Now the thing is, if it isn't sufficient enough, that means everything's allocated efficiently already, right? All the people allocating capital resources are looking in other industries where they maximize profit. So what this does in the end is it efficiently allocates labor to where it's most needed. That's the beauty of the system. So you see the everyone chasing their. This is Adam Smith, right? Everyone chasing their own selfish interests
I'm
affects.
trying to say, when we sort of take this moral attitude and try to pay workers more in a particular field just because we think it's a good thing to do, that
No, what do you mean it's a good thing to do?
from where they're actually needed.
In relation to what they're being, in relation to what they're actually produce. What do you mean? So they produce $10 of revenue for you. What do you mean? What's the moral thing to do?
And I mean, okay, I'm talking about, yeah, I don't want to get into the argument of morality. I'm taking here a hypothetical scenario where someone that owns a firm thinks the moral thing to do is to pay a worker $12, even though the market is saying you should pay that worker $10. I think that can have a sort of negative effect on welfare, because you're taking workers from where they're actually needed and creating an artificial incentive structure.
I agree with that. I mean,
that's what I was trying to express. And it just ties into the point that when we make moral decisions, we're not really sort of factoring the costs that are already implicit in what the market is saying. And I don't want to go too far in this and then end up like that guy and equating anything the market does with the best that can happen. But I think it's true that there's a lot that goes into setting a price, and we aren't necessarily good at actually sort of factoring all those variables.
The market always rewards the people who are best at that. And if you aren't good at that, you're going to get outcompeted, and you won't be, your activity won't be sustainable. And that's the beauty of the system. It rewards efficiency. It rewards people who can do so, and it punishes those who do it badly.
I don't know. That's also meritocratic. I don't think that markets will just reward someone for being good. They reward people for being needed in something.
Why is that necessarily different?
Because you can have all the talent in the world, if for some reason, by some contingency of fate, it didn't result in you being something that the market actually needs, then the market won't reward you. The market rewards people that feel a demand. That's all it does.
Yeah.
There's no meritocracy implicit in that.
That is, I mean, you might have a skill at producing something that's not a good. That's not necessarily actually a better good than something else that needs to be. It's signaling for you to, whatever your talent is, that it's not that useful. So what?
What?
What do you, I mean, what's wrong with that? Why do you think it's a travesty? So what? Let's say you have a talent for doing something that's not needed.
Because it's not even about talent necessarily. Not everyone can be.
I was just going off your example.
Investor, for example, you need capital. Not everyone is going to give anyone capital. It's not a matter of your goodness as a human being, whether you turn out to be an investor or not. Does that mean that you're not producing value? I think you are producing value, and the market should reward that. But that is not an indicator of your goodness in any real or transcendental sense. I don't think it's true that just because someone makes a lot of money that they are the best person in the world. It can be a pure contingency that they turn out the person to do something that the market requires. It's not an indicator of their goodness. Not at all.
In a free market, I think it is. Only in some type of highly government intervened.
All right, you're going back to your utopia. I just don't buy that.
Well, I mean, there are mathematical arguments for it. I mean, how can you earn money if you're not providing goods, right? If you're profiting off some bad or externality, you're gonna be rooted out by people who can pay to get rid of you.
That's not how it actually works. If you're born to a rich person and you have money, you can pay someone to invest that money for you, and you can just make money off that.
How the fuck do you make money in the first place? by fucking
So
providing
someone else
goods, right?
you. If you inherit your fortune, someone
Yeah,
else is.
yeah. So you inherit your fortune. Who made that fucking money? Who gave you that money?
Yeah, but it's not an indicator of your goodness as a human being. Maybe your parents, but not yours.
It's your genetic line.
Yours. You're
It's
still
biological evolution. There are going to be some genetic traits that should be rewarded. I mean, it's going to be the
okay. So now you are responsible for your parents' traits. If my parent is a good person, I am automatically a good person too.
again. No, not necessarily, but there'll be a tendency. There'll be a tendency for there'll be some.
So there's no necessary relation there. You cannot say that a good person is good just
There's
because.
There's a relation. Plus, I mean, if you know about my post philosophy about the meta self, then it makes sense. I mean, shit. I mean, I don't even believe in necessarily. I believe like passing down your fortune to your kid is kind of an outdated strategy. It serves some purpose when it's kind of an emotional reaction, right? And I think this will eventually go extinct. But in the meantime, I mean, it's really not the. I mean, it's somewhat the case, but where you pass down your fortune, but it's not necessarily always the case. I mean, you can see the strategy kind of evolving. People are actually donating their fortunes to causes instead of they're establishing funds for scholarships or whatever to perpetuate memes. I mean, handing down to your genetic legacy is kind of an outdated strategy, I think. But
that have to do with the argument, though.
But the market will punish you if for this, right? So if you're dumb and if you're dumb, got lucky.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's still a very viable scenario that someone that's not particularly deserving of money for being.
If he's not deserving of it, and he allocates it improperly, the market will punish him for it and it'll take it away from him.
That's the thing. It's true that if you don't produce value, then you will not get.
It doesn't matter, right?
Market value.
Here's why.
That doesn't necessarily correspond.
Look, here's why it's an injustice, right?
Person.
So the act of
you just admitted that by saying
the act of passing down
money.
The act of passing down any of your savings to anyone, right? Even if whether it be your genetic offspring or a stranger, right? It doesn't matter, right? You need to allow the person that choice because it gives him the incentive to earn that money in the first place. If you take away that incentive, if you somehow if you somehow reroute that or take away his choice of it removes his incentive to produce that wealth in the first place.
Take that choice. That's not the argument. The argument, the person,
it's not an injustice, right?
Is the person that receives the money a good person just for having that money?
No, I never made that statement.
And if they pay a financial advisor to invest that money for them, and they make more money of having that money. Did they produce value? I think they did.
Yes, they did.
But are they? Is that a testament to how excellent of a person they are? I don't think it is.
Not necessarily.
Well, there you go. So producing market value is not a necessary correlation to your excellence as a person. So you shouldn't say that the market just rewards excellency.
I think it does. I think it does say a lot about your genes, though, in general.
If you say so, I don't think that's the case, but
it's not a perfect indicator, but it's a good one. It's a good one. Probably a lot, right? I mean, you'll get an occasional case where someone won the lottery, right? But whoever accumulated that wealth, there was some production in that genetic line. You can't do that. Yeah. They inherited from their. We're talking about genetic inheritance, right? We're talking about. We're talking about. We're talking about material. We're talking about material inheritance passed down through. It says something about the genetic lineage. It says a lot about the genetic lineage. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I was trying to clarify what I was meaning. Right, a material passing down through a genetic line. Right, material. No, material. Uh, no, I didn't say definitely has a higher IQ. Rather relative to what I said. I'd say it's more likely that a person who's inherited great wealth probably has a high IQ. I can tell you that.
Yeah,
And yeah, I guarantee you, there's statistics on that. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. If there's a correlation between IQ and income, there's gonna be a fucking positive correlation between inheritance and IQ. You fucking idiot.
There are clear exceptions, but that's totally.
Wait, no. Did you get that? You would agree that there's no, John.
All right, man. Just agree to disagree on
agree?
this one.
Wait.
I think that your view is seriously flawed, but I don't want to get into.
No. Here's the logic, right? There's obviously a correlation between income and inheritance.
Yeah, but that isn't necessarily causality. Correlation doesn't imply causality.
No, it doesn't. But it's evidence to causality, right? It's
not necessarily, because you don't even
not
know.
necessary. It's not.
You don't even know if there are factors or where the causality factor.
No, but we didn't even consider
one side of this relation or the
all
other.
things equal, an existing correlation is evidence to causality.
There can be factors.
No, do you understand?
Don't know
Do you
where
understand
the
what I just said, though?
relationship is.
Do you understand what I just said?
There's a correlation between being hot and eating
sure.
ice cream. You cannot.
In other words, let me put it another way. Every existence of causality, when you have a causal factor for something else, you'll find a positive correlation with it.
Yes, of course.
So that means necessarily mathematically, that means there's a higher probability if there's a correlation, not taking into account other things at the moment. It increases the probability that it's a causal factor.
Yeah, but doesn't make it true.
No, it's not 100% certainty, but it's evidence to it. And until you provide another piece of evidence, then I have the preponderance of the evidence for the argument.
There's a correlation between serial killers and eating ice cream. That doesn't make it automatically a good argument. That just because mathematically that means that there's more probability of causality. That doesn't make it a good argument that eating ice cream will make you a serial killer. It doesn't make. You would agree that
IQ is a positive causal factor in. It's a positive. Is a positive causal factor for income, right? Right.
Not entirely. I don't think that having a high IQ will necessarily make you gain more money.
No, not necessarily. But it's not a sufficient condition, but it is a necessary condition. For correlation is not a sufficient, but it is a necessary condition for causality. That's what I'm saying. No. Yes, I want to, but it's such a risk. It's such a risk. No, because no. Of course, no, I didn't. I never said that. No, I never said that. I said the average. I said the average IQ is probably 75. The chances of finding anybody over even 115 is probably less than 1%. Why would I go there? The cost, the risk is just too high, right? I don't bet on the lottery, right? I don't know. I don't bet on the lottery. Do I bet on the lottery even though I can win $6 million? Do I? Do I take a high risk bet where the expected? Do I take risk where the expected value is less than the investment? No, not necessarily. Yes, but here's the shit. You're looking at the benefits and not the cost. Look, dude. What is the
It's
no
true.
no look
Something-
no look. Your reasoning is flawed because you're only looking at benefits and not the cost. Every economic calculation is a cost benefit analysis. You're only looking at benefits, right? If you find this guy, you will get this benefit. Now, what is the cost of finding a high IQ person? It's like finding a needle in a haystack, right? In a low IQ average society, right? It's like a needle in a haystack. I will leave that task. I will leave that task to people who specialize in that field. I do not have the specialized knowledge to invest there, right? Ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, man.
I am not going to go into a low IQ society and look for a fucking genius. Number two, I can't do it. I can't utilize their IQ because I cannot import them here and provide them the education that I can pay for, right? Can I do that? I can't even affect it if I wanted to imply a strategy. Stupid. Fucking stupid. What the fuck you talking about? What are you talking about? No, it's a cheap statistic that's it's a cheap statistic, right? How much is it to administer an IQ to the entire nation rather than looking at the per capita GDP? What's the cost to me? A Google search on the internet?
He made a simple point, dude. The simple point was if what you're saying is true and how much money people have can be reduced to how good they are and how smart they are, there will be no smart person.
It's a good indicator.
There's a lot more that goes into it.
It is a very good and cheap indicator. It is probably a highest value indicator you can obtain. It is the highest. It is one of the highest.
That's a result
rather than an IQ test. I mean, disregarding an IQ test, if I wanted to guess at someone's IQ, probably income is the best next best indicator. Did you listen to what I said? Notwithstanding administering an IQ test, if I wanted to guess at someone's IQ, income is probably the best value. Is probably the best nice people think. Yes, because it's cheap. I can at least get a substitute. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Because smart people tend to be more productive. Fucking dumb. No, that's fucking stupid. Do you concede that higher intelligence tends? Yes, it is. Because IQ is yes, it is. It is one of the primary factors. You're fucking stupid. You're saying IQ has nothing to do is not one of the primary factors of how much money you make. No, you're talking about exploiting. You are talking about exploiting underutilized IQ. If they're fucking already rich, they're fucking already utilizing it. How am I going to exploit someone who's already rich? How am I going to exploit someone who's already rich? How am I going to fucking invest somebody who's already rich? Stupid ass. You're talking about underutilized. You're talking about underutilized capital. What?
Where you man?
Yes, it's a good indicator. It's a good indicator. Stupid. It's a good cheap indicator. It's a good cheap indicator.
I thought it had to do with like early childhood education. Like kids would be smarter if they had more money. I think that tends to be true. Just because of the arguments I was making about concentration due to.
Absolutely not. No.
Yeah, like first off, that's completely true that you cannot just assume causality from correlation because you don't even know in which.
Did I fucking say that? Stop putting that fucking statement in my mouth.
Okay, but you don't know where they.
I said it's evidence of causality. All I said. Do you understand the mathematical definition of evidence or not? What? How did you stop talking over me? And fucking listen. What? Say that again. Oh my god. And did I fucking say that? Did I fucking make that statement? What was the statement I was making? What is the statement I was making? What? Say that again? If IQ is a causal factor, if IQ is a primary causal factor in wealth, if IQ is a primary causal factor on wealth, right? You can necessarily look at wealth to determine IQ. Not to determine, but it's a very good indicator. I'm tired of this. I'm not going to talk to a philosopher.
Oh shit! They both left. That's so awkward. Did you? No. Did you? You didn't boot them? Did you? Oh. They both left at the. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm to the point where I'm gonna see how much money I have and like go to Waffle House. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna do that really soon anyway because I want so bad. I've got. Do I still have a $20 bill? Oh no! Don't tell me I don't have it. I don't know. I'm gonna figure out how much money I have and then decide what to do from there. I guess I don't know. And well, I've got at least $20, so I think I'm gonna do it. If there were somewhere to get that, but no, I'm gonna go to Waffle House. I guess just because I'm fucking just stupid. Well, they left at the exact same time. That was so weird. Oh, well. Are you gonna? We're Khalil and I are gonna, I guess, do a debate on postmodernism. On postmodernism. Well, I don't know of any liberals that are postmodern. Maybe you need to show me because liberalism. In what sense? Liberal, Mm. Well, yeah, in 90 days until further review. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. I think he and I got into yelling match. Yeah, that's gaslighting. He gaslighted you. Hmm. No, that I am too. No, I really, it's only 5 and a half a.m. and so there's no pizza open. So I gotta get burgers. I guess they've got 1 24-hour diner down there, so I don't know. I might get shot walking down there. Well, I mean, it's yeah. Oh, that was great. No, they were mad at each other because the last thing he said was he was talking to Khalil. It's like I'm not gonna talk to a long term. No, I don't think so. But if he did, oh well. I mean, I don't know. But he's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna see what the weather's like, and I guess put on my clothes and stuff. And yeah, I'm just really thinking about that now. So I don't know. Yeah, save the side chat if you want any of it. So I saved the side chat to my email. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Okay. Well, are we broadcasting on YouTube? Oh, what? Okay, that's interesting. Okay, nothing wrong with that. Okay. Yeah, maybe. I'll look at the notes. Okay. We'll see ya. Bye.